Durkesiang Prince Chifilidsev, officers, from the guards of St. Petersburg, and imperial employees from Moscow, foreigners and Russians, all started off in a mad dance. "The whole province is whirling round," said Chichikov, as he retreated into the background, but as soon as the ladies took their seats again after the dance was over, he immediately began to look about in all directions to try, if possible, to discover by the expression of their faces or the sparkling of their eyes, who the authoress of the letter might be. Everywhere his eyes met with glances that betrayed a nearly imperceptible expression of captivating attraction, so very imperceptible. "No," said Chichikov to himself, "women are such subjects, that..." Here he could not help moving about his right arm in the air, and then he continued, "It is perfectly useless to speak of them. If anyone was to attempt to describe or define all that which flushes their faces, the serpentine movements of their muscles, the insinuating glances, all this, and much more, the result would be, that he could define nothing whatever. Their eyes alone are in themselves an unlimited empire, in which to venture decides the fate of man. From those boundaries he is sure never to return, nor will any mechanical instrument, however cleverly contrived, hook him out of it again. Were I to venture, for an example, to give an idea of their glance, so dewy, velvety, heaven knows what else their expression and color conveys to the human mind, there are some looks full of harshness, and others again full of tenderness, some full of longing, or as some say, full of effeminacy, or devoid of this peculiar softness. But what is more dangerous than all these expressions, is to be caught and captivated by such looks, when they pierce the heart, and when you find yourself utterly enthralled. No, it is really impossible to find the right term. The half of the human race devote their lives to gallantry, and to nothing else but that." Meanwhile Chichikov became more and more bewildered, and incapable of deciding who the fair authoress of the letter might be. As he was trying to give a greater effect to the piercing glance of his eyes, he seemed to discover that the ladies on their part had also increased the expression of their glances, in which he fancied he beheld hope mingled with sweet torments, all calculated to destroy the peace of his tormented heart. So acutely did he seem to feel it, that he at last exclaimed, "No, 'tis of no use, I cannot guess which it is." This, however, did not completely destroy the excellent humor he was in. Unconstrained and with perfect freedom, he proceeded to exchange complimentary remarks with several ladies, approached them with a firm and easy step, or, as they say, he paced it gallantly, as old bachelor fashionables do in their high-heeled boots, when they have all the appearance of racing mice, running and hopping in turn. Pacing thus gallantly, with graceful inclinations towards the right and towards the left, he executed at the same time with his foot, something like the tail of a shooting star, or uncommonly like a comma. The ladies were, of course, not only delighted with him, but discovered a variety of more pleasing and fashionable manners in him, and they even thought they perceived in his face the undeniable signs of a high mind and something aristocratic and martial in his countenance, which qualities, as is well known, please ladies exceedingly. On his account there arose nearly a little scandal. It had been observed that Chichikov chose to take his position more generally close to the entrance door. Some of the ladies, having noticed this, hastened immediately a dance was over, to secure a seat in that part of the salon, and if one of them had been more successful than the others, there arose immediately a sensation among them, which threatened to become really serious, for such pushing conduct was pronounced by those who were too late, and of course disappointed, to be highly improper and importunate. Chapter 14. It is thus that Chichikov entertained the ladies, or rather, and better, it is thus that the ladies entertained and surrounded him on all sides with their chit-chat, interspersing it with endless insinuations and fine allegories, which were left for him to guess and interpret to the best of his intelligence, which, however, caused the perspiration to appear in large drops on his forehead. He was so captivated by their amiability that he had entirely forgotten to pay his tribute of respect in the first instance to the lady of the house. He only bethought himself of his forgetfulness, when her ladyship had been already standing for a few moments before him. Her Excellency, the wife of the Lord Lieutenant, said in a more than flattering tone of voice, and with a graceful movement of the head, "Ah, Pavel Ivanovitch, at last I have the pleasure to meet you." I cannot exactly remember the words Her Excellency spoke on that occasion, but they were full of that peculiar affability, which is used in modern novels, describing the fashions in high circles. Our hero turned round, and was just on the point of returning the compliment of her ladyship, and perhaps with as much good taste as any other hero of a novel, when suddenly raising his eyes, he stopped short, as if from the effects of an electric stroke. Before him stood her ladyship, but not alone. She gave her arm to a charming blondine, with fine and regular features, with a round yet pointed chin, a bewitching oval face, such a head as an artiste would have chosen as a model for his Madonna, and which faces are indeed very rare appearances in Russia, where a taste for strongly developed forms is prevalent in everything, in mountains, in forests, and in steppes, in faces, in lips and in feet. It was the same fair blonde with whom he met on his road when leaving Nozdrev's estate, and when, through the inadvertence of the coachman, or the fault of the horses, their carriages had come into collision, and given so much trouble to the peasants to separate and bring them in order again. Chichikov became so much confused at seeing her that he could not utter a sensible phrase, and therefore stammered a few words, heaven knows what, but something which a hero of a modern novel would never have ventured. "You do not know my daughter," said Her Excellency. "She has just left Her Majesty's Institute at St. Petersburg." He answered that he had had already the good fortune of making her acquaintance, accidentally. He then made an attempt to add something more, but that something more would not pass his lips. Her ladyship addressed a few more words to him, and then left him in leading away her daughter to the other end of the saloon, to introduce her child to her other guests. But Chichikov continued to remain on the same spot, as if riveted to it, like a man who had left his house in the best humor, and gone into the street with the intention of taking a pleasant walk, with his eyes disposed to look at everything, but suddenly stops short and still, recollecting that he has forgotten something. No one can look so foolish as a man in such a position. In an instant his careless thoughts desert his countenance. He tries to remember what it is he has forgotten. Is it perhaps his handkerchief? But no, his handkerchief is in his pocket. Perhaps his purse? But no, it is also in pocket. It seems to him that he has everything about him, and yet something whispers secretly that he has positively forgotten something. And he will immediately look dull and distractedly upon the passing crowd around him, at the hurrying equipages, at the glittering helmets and arms of the passing soldiery, upon the gaily colored signboards, but all will have lost its former charms for him. Chichikov became at once a stranger to everything that passed around him. At that particular moment, also, numerous insinuations and questions full of a charming curiosity were addressed to him by the fair ladies. Are poor mortals of this world permitted to be so curious as to inquire a little, the subject of your meditations? Where are those happy spots on which your thoughts seem to dwell? Would you tell me the names of the one who has plunged you into these sweet meditations? Chichikov replied to all these phrases with the utmost indifference, and the pleasant phrases fell as it were into the water. He was even to such a degree uncivil, that he soon after left them and went away to the other end of the saloon, wishing to see in what direction her ladyship and daughter had gone. But the ladies seemed not inclined to part with him so soon. Every one of them resolved inwardly to use the most powerful means of aggression upon him, so dangerous to our hearts. It must be observed that some ladies, I wish it to be understood, that some ladies, only, not all of them, possess a few foibles, if they are conscious that they have any high perfections about their persons, be it a fine forehead, a charming mouth, small hands, they will immediately fancy that the handsomest part of their person is the first to attract general attention, and that all around on beholding it, will exclaim in one outburst of admiration, "Look here! Behold, what a classic Grecian nose she has, or what a marble-like resplendent forehead!" Whoever of them has fine shoulders, is persuaded at first starting, that all the young men will feel perfectly bewitched by her charms, and whisper as she passes them, "Heavens, what charming shoulders that lady has! But as for her face, hair, nose, forehead, they will forget to look at all, and if they should happen to do so, it would be with indifference, as if upon something not forming parts of the same person." Such were the thoughts of some ladies. Every lady vowed to be as charming as possible during the evening and the dancing, and to expose in all its glory that corporeal perfection, which was perfection itself. The wife of the postmaster, as she was valsing round, bent her head so longingly on one side, that it was really unmistakably charming. Another very amiable lady, who had arrived with the intention of not dancing at all, because the reason was the sudden apparition of a small pea-like exuberance on her left toe, in consequence of which she had been obliged to put on a pair of very easy boots, could not resist the temptation to valse once round in her easy boots, to stop as it were the foolish pretensions of the postmaster's wife. But all these well laid out plans and maneuvers did not produce the desired effect upon Chichikov. He even did not notice the circle they had been forming round him, but endeavored to raise himself on tiptoes and look out if he could discover what had become of the fair blondine. He also tried his fortune in discovering by sitting down and looking across shoulders and heads. At last he was successful, and discovered her, sitting close by her mother's side, upon whose head a plume fixed to a kind of Turkish turban, was balancing most majestically. It seemed now, as if Chichikov wanted to take them by assault. Was it sudden gratification at having found what he had been searching for that acted upon him, or did some careless person push him from behind? But he literally rushed madly forward, heeding no one. The public contractor received such a push from him, that the poor man shook, and nearly lost his equilibrium, which might have caused the downfall of a whole range of guests. The postmaster also stepped back a few paces and kept looking after him with the utmost astonishment, mingled with a smile full of irony. He took no notice of either of them, but rushed quickly forward. He saw but the fair blondine in the distance, who was just putting her white and long kid gloves on, no doubt in preparation for the following dance. As he passed along, he cast a hasty glance upon four couples who were delighting, as it seemed, in a mazurka. The gentleman's heels dashed noisily against the floor, a cavalry colonel was dancing with body and soul, and hands and feet, and making such pas as no one perhaps ever executed even in a dream. Chichikov glided cleverly through the mazurka and between the high heels of the dancers, and advanced straight towards the place where the Lord Lieutenant's lady was sitting with her daughter beside her. However, he approached them rather timidly, not pacing it so easily as before, nor tripping gallantly and fashionably. He even seemed confused, and a decided embarrassment was undeniably perceptible in all his movements. It is impossible for us to affirm whether sensations of love had really taken possession, or had been awakened in the bosom of our hero, because it is a matter of some doubt whether gentlemen of his description, namely, not so very stout, and yet not too thin, are still susceptible of the impressions of love. But with all that, there was in his case something so very unusual indeed, a feeling for which he could not account for to himself. It seemed to him, and as he confessed it at a later period, that the whole ball, with all its noisy conversation and boisterous music, seemed for a few minutes to have been removed to some considerable distance from him. The violins and comets a piston seemed to be played behind a mountain, and, in fact, all appeared to be covered with a dim mist, not unlike that seen in an unartistic production of an extensive field in a Dutch landscape, and in the midst of this misty and carelessly painted field, appeared prominently, and distinctly, and beautifully finished the fine features of the enchanting blondine. Her oval pretty face, her graceful and svelte stature, of which only a young girl that has just left the imperial institution may boast, after a short sojourn in the world of fashion, her white, almost too simple, muslin dress, encircling easily and freely her lovely form, which was defined in a peculiarly regular outline. It seemed to him that she resembled a pretty little puppet or plaything artistically carved in ivory. She shone alone, and appeared luminous and bright in the midst of this dismal and impenetrable crowd. Chapter 15. Such seems to be the course of life in this world, and therefore it appears also that Chichikov, for a few minutes of his existence, suddenly became a poet. But the appellation of poet seems to be rather a strong term. At any rate, he felt within himself the sudden sensations of a lively youth, if not those of a dashing hussar. Perceiving an unoccupied chair near the two ladies, he immediately sat down in it. His conversation was not very lively in the beginning, but after a while he felt more at home, and began to feel even a peculiar confidence gradually taking possession of him. Here, and to our great discomfiture, we must observe that sedate people and persons occupying high positions in life, are generally rather heavy in their conversation with ladies, but, as masters passed in this adroitness, we must proclaim our young officers, beginning from a comet, but not passing, on any account, the rank of colonel. How they manage to be so amiable and gallant, heaven only knows. They do not seem to speak very scientifically, nevertheless, you see their fair listeners laugh most heartily and move about their seats. As for the civil men of the empire, heaven also knows what they have to say for themselves. No doubt they extol the vastness of the Russias and the importance of their functions as public servants, or utter some complimentary phrases, which, though not devoid of imagination, smell horribly of books. If a civilian has positively the good fortune to say anything amusing, he is sure to laugh at it much more heartily than anyone else. We have made these observations on the two distinct avocations of men in Russia, in order to show on which side lies the preference, and that our readers should understand at once why the fair blonde began to yawn during her conversation with our hero. Our hero, however, did not notice the circumstance at all, and continued to relate 1,000 pleasing incidents, which he had repeated in many other places before now, and under the same circumstances, namely, in the government of Simbirsk, in the family of Lady Sophia Bespechna, whilst paying his attentions to her daughter Adelaide, in the house of Fodor Fedorovich Perikrojev, in the government of Ryazan, at the country seat of Frol Vasilievich Pobedonosnoy, in the government of Pensa, in the government of Vyatkar, during his sojourn with Colonel Peter Varsanovich, where he also had paid considerable attention to the fair sex. All the ladies appeared now to be utterly displeased with the conduct of Chichikov. One of them passed him purposely to make him feel her displeasure, and touched even, as if inadvertently, the fair blondine with the hem of her dress, and as for the long scarf which graced her shoulders, she even contrived to touch with its silken tassels the face of the fair girl. At the same moment he heard behind him an observation made by some fair lips, mingled with the perfumes of violets, which were far from being agreeable, but, on the contrary, stung him to the quick. But, he either did not hear the remarks distinctly, or pretended not to have heard them. Besides, they were far from being in his favor. He, therefore, thought it best to respect their opinion and remain silent, though he regretted it immediately after, but then it had become too late. A general dissatisfaction, and in many respects very justifiable one, indeed, became visible on many faces. However important the weight of Chichikov might have been in that society, and though he was considered a millionaire, and though his face betrayed a high amount of talent, and his countenance even something martial, yet there are trifles for which a lady forgives no one. Were he even the Emperor of Russia himself of gallant memory, he might consider himself a lost man. There are instances, when a woman, however weak and feeble in comparison with a man, becomes suddenly not only stronger than a man, but even more powerful than anything on the face of the earth. The sudden change in Chichikov's conduct towards the other ladies, which they considered unheard of before, determined them on forming a league among themselves against him, and which they concluded for his ruin, behind the chair on which he was sitting. The fact was, that they thought they had discovered in a few of the observations he addressed to his fair partner, though they were dry and commonplace enough, remarks that concerned them personally. To complete his disgrace with them, he had the misfortune to relate to her an anecdote about an event that had happened at a ball in another province, on which occasion some young fool had composed a whole poem in honor of the ridiculous persons who had happened to be present at that particular ball, and from which poem he recited a few passages on the dancing assembly. These verses were at once, and blindly, supposed to be the composition of Chichikov himself. The general dissatisfaction with him rose, if possible, to a still higher degree, and the ladies began to speak of him in various corners in the most disadvantageous terms indeed. As for the fair blondine, she was completely annihilated, and her doom was sealed at once. Meanwhile, a most unexpected and unpleasant catastrophe threatened the laurels of our hero, at the time, when the fair blonde was yawning, and he exerting himself to relate to her the most pleasant of his reminiscences, and trying even to imitate the Greek philosopher Diogenes. At that moment, and at the extremest end of the saloon, who should make his appearance but Nozdrev? But where did he come from? Was it from the refreshment room, or from the small green room where gambling was carried on without limit? Did he enter freely of his own accord, or was he thrust forward by someone, or by fatality herself? Whatever brought him there is impossible for us to tell, but the fact is that he made his appearance quite suddenly and in the best humor of the world. He seemed exceedingly pleased and gay, and held the arm of the procurator firmly in his own, which caused the other to frown repeatedly with his thick and heavy eyebrows, as if trying to hit upon a scheme by which to escape from this strong grasp and this too friendly arm-in-arm promenade. The position of the procurator appeared to be perfectly unbearable. Nozdrev, who seemed to have imbibed considerable courage from 2 cups of tea, which of course he had not swallowed without a considerable addition of rum, began as usual to tell the most incredible stories. On perceiving him at a distance, Chichikov determined at once, though with great regret, to give up his enviable seat, and hasten away as quickly as possible, because an internal feeling told him that this encounter would have fatal consequences. But as if to confirm his presentiment, In that very instant His Excellency the Lord Lieutenant prevented him carrying out his intention as he turned towards him and remarked good-humoredly that he was very glad to meet his friend Pavel Ivanovich, whom he wished to be a judge between himself and two ladies, to decide the question, whether woman's love was permanent or not. At that same moment Nozdrev also caught sight of our hero, and came straight up to him. "Ah, the gentleman from Kherson, the Chersny's slave owner," he exclaimed, as he approached and burst out into a fit of laughter which made his fresh, rosy-colored cheeks tremble. "Well, how many more dead men have you acquired? But your Excellency does not perhaps know," he continued, in the same strain, as he turned towards the governor of Smolensk, "that our worthy friend here deals in dead serfs. By heavens, listen to me, Chichikov. I tell you as a friend, and all here present are your friends, and even His Excellency is present. If I could do it, I would hang thee. By heavens, I could hang thee." Chichikov seemed really not to know where he was. "Would your Excellency believe," continued Nozdrev, "that when he said to me, 'Sell me your dead serfs,' I nearly burst with laughter. I arrive here, and am told that he has been purchasing serfs to the amount of 3 millions worth, with the purpose of emigrating with them into the government of Kherson. But how is he to settle them over? He has been bargaining with me for my dead serfs. Listen, Chichikov, I tell you candidly, and I proclaim it even in the presence of all, you are the devil's own favorite. His Excellency is present, and what do you say, Procurator?" But the Imperial Procurator, and Chichikov, and the governor of Smolensk himself, became so very much confused that they did not know where to seek for countenance and what to reply. Meanwhile, Nozdrev, without paying the least attention to them, continued to address himself to our hero in a half-inebriated state and most insulting language. "Ah, my fine fellow, I shall not leave you before you have told me for what purposes you have purchased these dead serfs. Listen to me, Chichikov, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, for you know but too well that you have not a better and a more candid friend than myself. His Excellency is even present, and what do you say, Procurator? Your Excellency would not believe how much attached we are to each other, if you were to say, now, here you are both, and ask me the question, Nozdrev, upon your honor, who is dearer to you, your own father, or Chichikov? I would answer unhesitatingly, Chichikov, by heavens I would. Allow me, my darling friend, to impress a kiss upon you. I hope your Excellency will allow me to embrace him. Yes, my dear Chichikov, pray do not resist me, allow me to impress but one friendly kiss upon your tender snow-white cheek." Nozdrev was so harshly repulsed with his intended kiss, that he nearly rolled to the ground. Everyone stepped back, and nobody would listen to him any more. Nevertheless, the words he had spoken about the purchase of dead serfs were uttered in so loud a tone by him, that every person present, even those in the farthest corners of the room, had heard them, and their attention was awakened. This news seemed to be so very strange, that all present remained as if riveted to the spot, and kept looking at each other for some moments with a peculiarly statue-like, stupidly curious countenance. Chichikov observed that several ladies exchanged glances full of a malicious expression, and in the faces of several of them he thought he perceived undeniable signs of insinuation which considerably increased his embarrassment. It was well known to everyone that Nozdrev was a merciless storyteller, and that it was nothing unusual with him to advance the greatest absurdities. But a mortal, it is really difficult to define the composition of a mortal. Whatever the news may be, provided it is news, he is sure to communicate it immediately to some other mortal, and if it should be only for the sake of adding, "Look ye, what a falsehood they are speaking about," and the other mortal inclines with gratification his ear to listen to it, although he will observe after having heard it, "Yes, really, it is a shameless falsehood, and not worth the least credence," but immediately after he will hasten to meet a third mortal, to tell everything about it, and exclaim together with a noble indignation, "What a mean falsehood!" And such news soon makes the round of the town, and all the mortals, however many there might be living in it, are sure to discuss on it to satiety, and then acknowledge that it was really too base a falsehood and not worth attention, nor the trouble of speaking about any more. Chapter 16. This apparently absurd occurrence seemed nevertheless to annoy our hero considerably. However stupid the words of a fool might be, yet sometimes they are powerful enough to disconcert a wise man. He began to feel uncomfortable and ill at ease, like a man who might have accidentally stepped with a pair of patent leather boots into a neglected London sewer. In a word, he felt very uncomfortable. He tried not to think of it any more, attempted to cheer himself up again. In order to distract himself he sat down to play a game of whist. Nevertheless, all went like a wheel out of repair. He played twice the wrong color, and forgetting the rule that you don't cut the third time, but leave the chance to your partner, he did so to the great annoyance of his vis-a-vis. The president could not understand at all how his friend, Pavel Ivanovich, who understood the rules of the game so well, and who was even an acute player, could make all these blunders, and put a trump upon his king of spades, upon which card he had reckoned as upon a wall of stone. The president and the postmaster, and even the commissioner of police, as a matter of course, passed their friendly jokes upon our hero at these occurrences, and insinuated that Pavel Ivanovich must be, nay was, in love, and that they nearly guessed who had caused all his absence of mind, and drawing attention from the game. But all these observations made no impression upon him, and do what they like, they could not succeed in making him even smile or return their jokes. At supper he was still in the same disposition of mind, and could not even then rally, notwithstanding that he was placed in very good company, and that the hateful Nozdrev had been obliged to leave the house, because the ladies themselves could not help expressing themselves scandalized with his conduct. The supper was very excellent, and seasoned with general gaiety. All the faces which appeared as it were from under the three-branched candelabra, flowers, tarts and bottles, were illuminated with the most unfeigned pleasure. Military men and civilians, ladies, dress coats, all became most amiable, even to affectation. The gentlemen deserted their chairs and hastened to take the dishes from the hands of the overburthened servants, with the intention to present them themselves to their fair partners at table. A dashing colonel presented a plate with liquid sweets to his lady on the point of his unsheathed sword. Some gentlemen of a sedate and serious age, among whom Chichikov happened to sit, were discussing politics most earnestly, whilst eating at the same time some fish and meat unmercifully seasoned with vinegar and mustard. They were conversing on a subject in which he generally liked to take a lively part. Nevertheless, he remained silent, and like a man who seemed to be much fatigued or annoyed from a long journey, who feels a peculiar dullness of spirit, and who is incapable of taking any interest in anything. He even did not wait for the end of the supper, but left the company suddenly, and returned to his hotel much earlier than he was wont to do. In that small apartment, so well known to the reader, with the door barricaded with a chest of drawers, and with the beetles looking out from the corners occasionally, the disposition of his mind and soul was so full of uneasiness, in fact as uneasy as the chair upon which he was sitting. His heart felt sick and oppressed as if from a tiresome void that was left within it. "I wish the devil had those who imagined and brought into fashion those infernal balls," said he, passionately, within his own heart. "Wherever did they pick up the silly idea of dancing and feasting? The whole province has been visited, for 3 years running, by bad harvests and general dearth, and they give balls and festivals. What an ill-timed fancy, to dress themselves up in gaudy paraphernalia! And as if I had not seen that some of the silly women had wrapped themselves up in shawls worth 1,000 roubles. And all that at the expense of their poor serfs, or, what is still worse, at the expense of men like ourselves. It is but too well known why a man takes advantage of his position, and injures his soul and conscience, simply for the purpose of offering to his wife a shawl or some such gaudiness for the name of which I do not care a fig. And why is this so? For the important reason that some other gossiping body should not have occasion to say that the wife of the postmaster or procurator had a handsome dress on, and for such pretensions you have to pay down often more than 1,000 roubles in hard cash. The hue and cry is, a ball, let us rejoice. Balls are really a nuisance, not at all suitable for the Russian genius, not at all to the taste of our Russian nature. The devil knows for whom balls are fit. An adult, a perfectly grown-up person will suddenly take it in his head to appear all in black, laced and dressed up like a young fiend, and begin to fight about with his legs like a madman. Another again, though standing near his partner, will turn round to his friend and pretend to speak of things of importance, and still continue to cut capers like a goat, right and left. All this is pure monkeyism, nothing but monkeyism. Because a Frenchman of 40 is as childish as he was in his youth, we Russians ought to be ashamed to imitate him. No, really, after each ball I cannot help feeling as if I had committed a sin, and I would fain not even think of it. My head feels absolutely as empty as after a tedious conversation with a fashionable, who speaks of everything, touches slightly on 100 subjects at the time, he will make use of all that he has been successful enough to pick up in books, be showy, brilliant, but as for his own imagination, it is incapable of producing anything original, and it is then we find that the simple conversation of a common tradesman, who knows his business well, is more useful. It is then we find how empty and foolish the conversation of the man of fashion is. And as for their balls, what good can possibly be derived from a ball? Let us even suppose for an instance that an author was to undertake to describe all the scenes and occurrences of the ballroom, such as they really are. Even in his book, it would appear as insipid and foolish as it is in reality. And pray, what is a ball? Is it moral or is it immoral? The devil take me if I know what to call it. It is with utter disgust that one would throw away the book even that speaks of or describes a ball. It was thus unfavorably that Chichikov expressed himself on balls in general, but it seemed that another cause of displeasure was deeply involved in these expressions. His great displeasure was not principally directed against the ball itself, but rather the occurrence that took place there, and his sudden breaking down from his enviable position, which made him appear, heavens knows in what light in the opinion of the guests assembled, and that he had been playing a peculiar, strange, and equivocal role. Of course, looking at the matter in the light of a man of the world, he saw at a glance that the whole affair was bosh and nonsense, that the word of a fool could not harm him, especially now that the business itself was completely, satisfactorily and legally terminated. But man is strange. He was exceedingly provoked by the ill feeling of those for whom he had no condescension himself, and of whom he had even spoken in very strong and cutting terms, ridiculing their vanity and follies. This aggravated him so much the more, because, after having seriously reflected upon the subject, he could not deny that he had in a great measure been the cause of their ill feeling himself. However, with himself he was not angry at all, and in this he was right, as a matter of course. We possess all the indulging weakness to be less severe with ourselves, and vent our anger in preference upon our neighbor or servants. And thus it was also with Chichikov, who soon managed to find a fellow creature who had to talk and bear upon his shoulders all that his angry mood inspired him with. This victim fellow creature was Nozdrev, and we must confess that the poor fellow was unmercifully abused for his interference and indiscretion. The expressions which our hero used at the time of his anger was so very strong indeed that this English paper, we are convinced, could not bear them, and for this excellent reason we beg to omit them. Yet we may add that the whole race of the Nozdrevs was wished at the bottom of the sea, in which even his most distant relations were included. Chichikov continued for some considerable time to remain seated in his uncomfortable chair, tormented by unpleasant recollections, cursing heartily Nozdrev, his ancestors and descendants, whilst the tallow candle before him was melting rapidly down, because the wick was long since covered with a large black cap, and the light threatened every moment to expire altogether. A dark and gloomy night stared at him through the window, and was preparing to give precedence to the break of day. In the distance the hoarse crowing of a few early cocks became also audible, and in the yet soundly somnolent town, many a poor and homeless sheepskin wearer might have been seen wandering about hopelessly and heaving sighs of despair, which unfortunately for old Russia are threatening to become more and more innumerable. At this particular time, too, there happened also something unusual at the other end of the town, and which occurrence threatened to increase the already very unpleasant position of our hero, namely, through the distant and narrow streets of Smolensk a peculiarly shaped and antique-looking carriage was rocketing over the pavement in its approach to the center of the town. The name and description of this carriage would have bewildered the cleverest coach builder of England. It was not like any of the carriages we are now accustomed to see in the streets of large towns. It was neither what we call a britchka nor a tarantass, nor was it anything like a barouche or a cart, but the nearest resemblance it presented was to an immense hollowed watermelon, placed upon 4 wheels. The sides of this watermelon, or rather its cheeks, since they were to represent the doors of that carriage, still bore a trace of yellow color about them, opened and shut very indifferently, because the handles and locks were in a dilapidated condition, and were not fastened with screws or nails, but common string. The watermelon, which reminds us forcibly of the carriage built in 5 minutes by the clowns at the Haymarket, was filled up with a variety of pillows of all sizes, bags containing bread, cakes and pastry. The stand behind was occupied by a sitting servile creature, in a short grey homespun cloak, with unshaved beard, intersected here and there by silvery grey. This servile servant was known by the name of young Saffron. The noise and creaking of the iron hinges and rusty screws was so loud, that it awakened a sleeping policeman at the other end of the town, who, suddenly aroused, seized his halberd and shouted out with all his might, "Who comes there?" But, seeing that nobody was coming, he easily understood that he had taken the distant rattling noise for somebody approaching. At the same time he caught upon his coat an insect, which he at once took close to the lamp-post and executed on the spot upon his nail. After having thus punished the invader, he returned to his post, laid aside his halberd, and fell again asleep, according to the custom of the Russian police. The horses before the watermelon kept falling on their forelegs continually, because they had never been shod at all, and because the pavement of a town seemed to them perfectly strange ground. The old-fashioned vehicle made a few more turnings in and out of a few more narrow streets, and then turned again into a perfectly dark lane, at the end of which it passed a dilapidated old church, and then suddenly stopped before the house next to it, which was inhabited by the protopope and his wife. A young girl, with her head wrapped in a large handkerchief, was the first person that alighted from the old coach. She seized the knocker of the door with both her hands, and began to make as great a noise with it as a man. Young Saffron was dragged by his legs from his seat, because he had plunged himself in a death-like sleep. The dogs of the house began barking as loud as they possibly could, and the gates were soon after thrown open, though it took considerable time to get the old vehicle through them into the courtyard, which was a very narrow one indeed, stocked with logs of wood, a poultry yard, and other courtyard encumbrances. The second person that now alighted from out of the watermelon coach was an old lady, and this old lady was no one else than her ladyship Korobochka. The old lady had, soon after the departure of our hero, felt considerable uneasiness, and, in consequence, remained under the impression and apprehension that he might have taken an unwarrantable advantage over her inexperience, and, not having slept during 3 consecutive nights, she determined upon coming to town at once, notwithstanding that her horses were not fit for such a long journey, in order to ascertain positively what the real market value for dead serfs was, and to convince herself that she had made no mistake and sold them perhaps, which Heaven forbid, for 3 times less than their real value. What the further consequences of her arrival in town were, the reader will perhaps glean from a conversation between 2 ladies only. This conversation, but I think it will be more amusing to leave the dialogue for the following chapter. Chapter 17. Early in the morning, considerably earlier even than is fashionable to pay visits in the town of Smolensk, the door of an orange-painted house, with balconies and sky-blue pillars was suddenly thrown open, and a lady, wrapped in a long silk cloak of a chessboard pattern, rushed hurriedly into the street, followed by a servant in livery, who wore a cloak with numerous little collars, and a large gold-laced band ornamented his round and carefully brushed hat. The lady slipped hastily over the steps, and into the open carriage, which had been waiting for her already for some time before the principal entrance of the house. The servant in livery immediately after shut the lady up in the carriage by closing the carriage door after her, and having put up the steps, he seized the straps, which were fixed behind the carriage, and shouted to the coachman, "Drive on." The lady in the carriage, being the bearer of the latest news, was, of course, particularly anxious to arrive at her destination with the least possible delay. Every moment she kept peeping out of the window of her carriage, and found to her apparently great annoyance that he had still the other half of her journey to make. Every house which the carriage passed seemed to her to be unusually longer than ordinarily. The chalk-colored workhouse, with its narrow and low windows, stretched itself in the most tiresome length, so much so indeed, that the fair occupant of the carriage could no longer repress her impatience, but exclaimed, "How provoking! This miserable edifice seems to have no end at all." Her coachman had already twice received instructions to drive on quicker, and she herself shouted twice to him saying, "You are unbearably slow this morning, Karpachka. For heaven's sake hasten, hasten on." At last she had arrived at her destination. The carriage stopped before a building of wood, only 1 story high, but very extensive, painted of a dark slate color, with white plasterwork ornaments on the top frames of the windows, with a wooden railing projecting as far as the pavement, behind which a few scanty-looking poplars were growing, the leaves of which were covered with imperishable dust, heaped upon them by continual winds. In every one of the numerous windows, flower pots with Dutch tulips, pleasantly relieved the gloomy slate color of the house. A parrot was balancing himself to and fro in his cage, trying to catch with his beak the ring in it, and 2 lapdogs were lying on a cushion in one of the windows, enjoying the early rays of the rising sun. In this house dwelt the very intimate friend of the lady who had just arrived in her carriage. The author feels considerably embarrassed as to the names of the 2 ladies, because in the Russian language it happened that the real names of the 2 ladies conveyed the most fitting idea of their character, and which it would be nearly impossible to render properly in English. Many an author is often embarrassed for a name, and many another not at all. As for ourselves, we must confess, we feel really considerably so. There are persons that say, "What is there in a name? Nothing." With those persons we beg to differ considerably, because we are of the opinion, and maintain it, that there is much, if not all, in a name. To wit, the name of Nicholas. Does it not convey the idea of the most barbarous, if not the most unchristian potentate of Europe? Reigning over 62,999,999 other unfortunate barbarians. Since we are in free England, we beg to exclude ourselves from making up the even number of 63 millions, at which enormous amount the faithful subjects of His Imperial Majesty have been computed, according to the latest statistics of the Empire. Again, the name of Victoria. Does it not convey an idea of the most Christian and lovely Queen that reigns over the most enlightened, and most liberal nation in Christendom? And since the prestige of these 2 names cannot be denied, we feel still more confirmed in our opinion that there is much, if not all, in a name. And for this reason we will also christen in the most conscientious, and in the most fitting English expression, the 2 ladies we ye now about to introduce to our fair readers. Without any further apologies and preliminaries, then, we will call the lady who received the early morning visit of her friend, simply and thus, as she was well known in Smolensk, the in every respect amiable lady. This name she had acquired in the most legitimate manner indeed, because she stood on no sacrifices to be always amiable to the highest degree of amiability. Though, of course, her passionate feminine character made but too frequent incursions upon her reputation of perfect amiability, and though in each of her amiable qualities, and especially words, there seemed pins and needles hidden, and, good heaven, preserve that lady who would dare to presume in anything to be the first, for such presumption was sufficient to make the blood boil in the very heart of the in every respect amiable lady. But all these amiable qualities were hidden under the most exquisite taste and fashion. Each of her movements was impregnated and executed with much gracefulness and taste. She was even very fond of poetry, and knew also how to incline her head into a musing attitude. In a word, all were of opinion that she was really and in every respect, the most amiable lady in Smolensk. The other lady, namely, the one that had arrived in her carriage, was not of such a polyhedrical character, and for that reason we shall call her the simply amiable lady. The arrival of the latter lady awakened at once the little lapdogs that were lying in the sun, the long-haired Adele that was always entangled in her own wool, and the proud Popuri upon his fine high legs. Both dogs barking, rushed with their tails in the air towards the anteroom, where the visiting lady was at once disembarrassed of her silk cloak of a chessboard pattern, and she appeared now in the reception room, dressed in the latest fashion for a morning visit. She wore a light-colored muslin dress, also of a fashionable color and pattern. Scarcely had the in every respect amiable lady heard of the arrival of her intimate friend, the simply amiable lady, when she hurried out of her bedroom to receive her. The ladies seized each other's hands, kissed one another most affectionately, and exclaimed both at the same time, like two young girls will do on meeting again after having left the imperial institution, and when their dear mamma has not yet had an opportunity to whisper to them, that the father of the one is poorer and lower in rank than the other. The friendly kiss was a loud one, because of the renewed barking of the two dogs, who were frightened away with a shawl, and both ladies proceeded at once into the boudoir, which was of course decorated with sky-blue colored paper hangings, curtains and furniture, with numerous rocking chairs and easy sofas, with an oval table inlaid with mother-of-pearl, a rich mantel-piece, decorated with malachite knick-knacks, relieved in bronze, while here and there stood a few sky-blue screens. The ladies were followed by the woolly Adele and the proudly stepping legs. "Here, here, my dear, in this snug little corner," said the mistress of the house, whilst seating her guest into the very corner of her elegant sofa. "That is right. Take this cushion to lean upon, and now I am sure you will feel comfortable." Saying this, she placed a cushion, embroidered in wool behind her friend's back. It represented a troubadour with a guitar slung around his neck, such as are usually embroidered upon canvas. His nose resembled a ladder, and as for his lips, they were regular squares. "How very glad I am indeed to see that it is you. I heard a carriage stopping before the door, but could not for a moment imagine whoever could come so very early. My chambermaid thought it was the wife of our vice-governor, and I said immediately, 'How provoking, she is such an insipid woman,' and I was on the point of giving orders to say that I was not at home." Her guest was just on the point of plunging at once in medias res, and communicating to her friend the important news she had brought, but the sudden exclamation of the in every respect amiable lady, gave at once another direction to their conversation. "What a gay-colored muslin!" exclaimed the in every respect amiable lady, as she cast a glance upon the dress of the simply amiable lady. "Yes, a very lively-colored one indeed. My cousin, Praskovia Fedorovna, however, thinks that it would have been prettier if the checks in it were smaller, and the little dots in them blue instead of brown. By the by, I sent the other day a dress for my sister, which was really so very charming, that it is quite impossible to describe it in words. Imagine only, my dear, small stripes, as small as human imagination can possibly fancy them, on a blue ground, and across these stripes, little eyes and paws, eyes and paws, eyes and paws. In a word, charming. Incomparable. I may really say that anything similar has not yet been seen before. My darling love, that is too showy." "Oh, no, my angel, it is far from being showy. I can assure you it is. We must observe here, that the in every respect amiable lady, was in many other respects also a great materialist, inclined to contradictions and doubts, and fond of questioning a great many other things in this world. As for the simply amiable lady, she simply explained to her friend, that the dress she had sent to her sister, was far from being showy at all, and continued, by the by, allow me to compliment you on a change in fashion, volants are to be worn no longer. Good gracious! What do you say, out of fashion? Yes, indeed, and instead of them we are to wear festoons. Surely, that cannot be pretty, festoons. Festoons, all and nothing but festoons. The mantles are worn with festoons, the sleeves have festoons, the epaulets are made of festoons, below festoons, everywhere festoons. Oh, I'm sure it won't be nice, my dear Sophia Ivanovna, if all and everything is to be worn with festoons. It is really charming, my own Anna Grigorievna, incredibly charming. They are sewn in 2 rows, and above, oh, really, you would be amazed if I was to describe to you all the particulars. Now then, listen to me and be astonished. Imagine only, the waist is worn still longer, the body very full over the chest, and as for the corset and the whalebones in it, it is really passing belief. The skirt is made very ample all around, as they used to wear fizums in former days. A little wadding is discreetly introduced behind so as to make of you a perfectly belle femme. I must confess, this is rather too much, said the in every respect amiable lady, with a dignified movement of the head. I say as much. It is really going too far, replied the simply amiable lady. Please yourself as to adopting this novelty. For my own part, I am determined not to submit to this ridiculous innovation. I thought of doing as much. Really, when you come to consider it, to what absurdities fashion may lead you, it is perfectly ridiculous to think of it. I asked my sister to send me the pattern from St. Petersburg just to look and smile at it. Melanie, my dressmaker, however, insisted upon making me a dress like it. Have you really got the pattern of it, my dearest? Asked quickly the in every respect amiable lady, not without visible emotion. Indeed, I have, since my sister sent it me the other day. My darling pet, pray give it to me, I entreat you by all that is sacred. Alas, I have promised it already to my cousin, Praskovia Fedorovna. Would you like to have it afterwards? Surely, you don't expect me to accept of it after Praskovia Fedorovna has had it. Really, that would be rather strange behavior on your part, were you to give the preference to others but me. But my dear Anna Grigorievna, you seem to forget that she is my cousin. Heaven knows what cousin she is to you. On your husband's side perhaps. No, Sophia Ivanovna, I will not even listen, this is exceeding all bounds. You wish to slight me, it seems you are tired of me, you wish to break up our acquaintance and friendship. Poor Sophia Ivanovna was completely at a loss what to do. She felt acutely, between what burning fires she had placed herself. How silly it was of her to have boasted of her pattern. She was now ready to prick her indiscreet tongue with a needle. Fortunately, however, the conversation was suddenly changed to an even more interesting topic, and she was relieved from her painful position. Chapter 18. And pray, why have you seen or heard of our darling stranger? Meanwhile inquired the in every respect amiable lady. Good heaven! Why am I sitting here like a silly girl? It's really absurd, but you don't know then, my dear Anna Grigorievna, what the cause of my early morning visit is. Here the respiration of the fair visitor became oppressed. The words threatened to burst forth in rapid succession like a hawk pursuing his prey, and it was only possible for a person such as her intimate friend was, to be so inhuman as to stop her overflowing heart. Whatever intention you may have of praising and exalting him, she said, in an unusual passion, I shall mention and even tell himself if he likes, that he is but a frivolous man, and a very, very frivolous one indeed. But listen only, my dear child, what I am going to confide to you. They have spread the report that he was handsome, and he is nothing of the kind. He is not handsome at all, and as for his nose, it is the ugliest nose I ever beheld. Allow me only to tell you, my angelic Anna Grigorievna, suffer me to tell you all about him. It is a whole history, understand me well. I came here to give you a biographical sketch of the man who has created and still creates so great a sensation in Smolensk. Her guest spoke with an expression approaching despair, and in a decidedly entreating, supplicating tone of voice. What do you know about him? Oh, my darling Anna Grigorievna, if you could only know the awful position in which I have been placed, ever since the dawn of this eventful day, only imagine, this morning, very early indeed, the wife of our protopope, of our worthy Father Kirill, arrives at my house, and would you ever have believed it, our much praised and gentlemanly stranger, no, I'm sure you could not believe it. What, has he been making love to the protopope's wife? Alas, Anna Grigorievna, it would have mattered little if he had been only doing that. Listen now attentively to what the wife of our worthy Father Kirill has told me. She arrived early this morning at my house. As I told you before, she looked frightened and pale as death. She at last could open her lips and begin to speak. Good heavens, and how she spoke! Listen, dear, it is a perfect romance. Suddenly, in the midst of a dark night, when all were fast asleep, a knock is heard at the gate, such a frightful knock, as it is only possible to imagine. Someone shouts from outside, "Open the gates! Open them, or else we shall break them down." How do you like the beginning? And especially, how do you like after this, our feted stranger? Well, no doubt the Pope's wife is young and handsome. Not at all, she is an old woman. Ha, 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 delightful. It is then with old women that he is flirting. After this, I may compliment our ladies in their choice. They have at last found someone to fall in love with. But my dearest Anna Grigorievna, it is not at all what you fancy. Represent him to yourself as armed from head to foot in the style of Fra Diavolo, demanding, "Sell me all your souls, serfs, that are dead." Lady Korobochka answered very reasonably, indeed, by saying, I cannot sell them, because they are dead. No, says he again, they are not dead, it is my business to know whether they are dead or not. They are not dead, they are not dead, he shouts in a passion. In a word, he has created the greatest scandal imaginable. The whole village was in an uproar, the children crying, all others shouting, nobody could understand anybody, really, it was horror. 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 But you would scarcely believe it, my dear Anna Grigorievna, how all this has upset me, when I came to hear it. Dear lady, says my chambermaid to me, pray look into the looking glass, you are quite pale and discomfited. Never mind the looking glass now, Maskinka, I said to her, I must now hasten and tell all to my dear Anna Grigorievna. At the same time I immediately ordered my carriage. My coachman, Karpochka, asks me where he is to drive me to, and I felt so very much overwhelmed that I could not articulate a word. I stared him in the face quite foolishly. I think the man believed me mad at the time. Ah, my dear Anna Grigorievna, if you could only but imagine how much frightened and distracted I feel even now. This is rather strange, said the in every respect amiable lady. What can these dead souls mean? I must confess, I cannot imagine or understand anything in this really strange affair. This is already the second time that I have heard about these dead serfs. My husband assures me that Nozdrev told another of his falsehoods. However, there must be something at the bottom of it. But, dearest Anna Grigorievna, can you imagine for a moment my position when I heard of all this? Listen, father. And now, continued Lady Korobochka, I really do not know what am I to do. He obliged me, says she, to sign my name to an apparently forged document, threw 15 rubles in banknotes before me, on the table, and I, she says, inexperienced and unprotected woman, took them. This is the whole of the dreadful occurrence. But if you could but I feel, even now. Whatever you may say or think about it, I assert that there are no dead serfs in question, but there is something else hidden. I agree with you, replied the simply amiable lady, not without some surprise, and felt immediately an unconquerable desire to know what might be hidden under this strange affair. She pronounced the following words in a slow and measured tone of voice, and what do you really think is hidden under the pretense of purchasing dead serfs? Pray, tell me first what you think of it. Oh, what I think of it, I really must confess, I feel still quite bewildered from the news. Nevertheless, I should have very much liked to know what your opinion upon the subject is. However, the simply amiable lady could find no opinion to express. She only knew how to be full of anxiety, but to imagine a complicated supposition was an impossibility to her, and for that reason, more than any other woman, she was obliged to have resource to tender friendship and suggestions. Well, listen then to me, and I will tell you what these dead souls mean, said the in every respect amiable lady, and her guest concentrated all her attention upon hearing. Her little ears became, if possible, longer. She rose slightly from her seat, nearly not sitting nor leaning on the sofa, and regardless of her slight embonpoint, she became suddenly lighter, similar to a feather ready to fly away at the least breath. "These dead souls are," pronounced the in every respect amiable lady. "What?" interrupted her guest, full of emotion. "The dead serfs." "Oh, speak. For heaven's sake, speak." "They are simply a pretext, but the real truth is the following. He intends to run away with the daughter of the Lord Lieutenant of Smolensk." This conclusion was perfectly sudden and unexpected, and in every respect very extraordinary. Scarcely had the simply amiable lady heard the conclusion her friend had arrived at, when she stood there like a statue, grew pale as death, and this time really and seriously seemed to be distracted and bewildered. "Oh, good heavens!" she exclaimed in a faint voice, "nothing in the world could ever have suggested such an idea to me." "As for my part," said the in every respect amiable lady, "I must inform you, that, scarcely had you opened your lips on the subject, when I already guessed the whole affair." "And pray, dear Anna Grigorievna, what are we to think of Her Majesty's institution?" "This young girl has been represented as innocence personified." "What innocence?" "I heard her utter such language, as, I must confess, I would never have had courage to allow to pass my lips, even if I could have pronounced the words. Believe me, dear Anna Grigorievna, it is really heartrending to behold to what a degree immorality has extended. The men seem mad about the girl. As for me, I must acknowledge, I can find nothing attractive in her. She is unbearably conceited. She is a perfect statue, my dearest Anna Grigorievna, and there is not the least expression in her face. Oh, she is awfully conceited. Oh, how affected. Good gracious, what affectation! I don't know who her instructor was, but I don't recollect having ever seen a young woman so full of affectation as she is. My own heart, Anna Grigorievna. She is nothing but a living statue, and pale as death." "Pray don't say that, my dearest Sophia Ivanovna. She uses rouge in an unchristian-like manner." No, my charming Anna Grigorievna, you are mistaken. She is as white as chalk of the purest white. My dearest, let me tell you, that I sat close to her, I saw rouge, finger thick on her face, ready to fall off like plaster from a wall. It is her mother who has taught her, she is a flirt herself, but as for her daughter, I'm sure she will surpass her. Pray let me tell you, listen, I am ready to invoke any saint, or forfeit immediately my children, my husband, my whole fortune, but I must say, that there was not a particle, not a shadow of rouge on that young girl's face at the last ball." "Oh, how can you say so?" Sophia Ivanovna exclaimed the in every respect amiable lady, as she clapped her hands together. "Oh, how very strange you are, my dearest Anna Grigorievna." "I cannot help looking with surprise at you," said the simply amiable lady, clapping her hands together. "It will not appear strange to our reader, that there was a difference of opinion between the two ladies on the same subject, and which they had both seen at the same time. There are really many things in this world, which have such a peculiarity, if they are looked at by one lady, they will appear as perfectly white as snow, and again, if examined by another, they will seem red as even Russian cranberries. By the by, I can give you another proof that she has been using blank instead of rouge, continued the simply amiable lady. Now I recollect distinctly the circumstance that made me mention my assertion. I was sitting next to Mr. Maniloff, and said to him, "Only see, sir, how pale she looks. Really, one must be as crazy as our men are to find anything attractive in her." But how about our gay deceiver, the stranger? Oh, you have no idea how much he has displeased me. You cannot imagine, my dear Anna Grigorievna, to what degree he has displeased me. However, it would seem that there are ladies to whom he has not been indifferent. To me, Anna Grigorievna, I'm sure you could never say that of me. Never, never. No, my dearest, I do not speak of you, but there are also other ladies. Never, never, Anna Grigorievna. Allow me to assure you that I know myself very well indeed. Had it perhaps been the case with one of our ladies who presume to play the role of unapproachables. I beg your pardon, Sophia Ivanovna. And I beg leave also to tell you that such calumnies have never been expressed to me before. He has perhaps been flirting with someone else, but not with me, certainly not with me. Allow me to assure you of that. But, my dearest, why do you seem offended? You seem to forget that there were many other ladies besides ourselves, and even such ladies, who were the first to seize upon a chair near the door, for the purpose of sitting near him. After such an exchange of opinions, and especially after the last remarks of the simply amiable lady, it seemed evident that a storm would follow. However, to our utmost surprise, both ladies remained perfectly silent, and absolutely nothing followed as a consequence. The in every respect able lady seemed to remain